resumed. We were meeting yesterday, and of course we were meeting to hear submissions to the proposal for the revocation and disposal of identified reserves for housing. So I will ask for a mover and a seconder, please, that we resume our meeting today, the 26th of July. Thank you, Councillor Yates. Thank you, Mrs. Trumper. It has been moved and seconded that we resume our meeting. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Thank you. Carried. Any apologies from today? I do have an apology for Councillor Tapsell. Mr. Thomas for lateness, and I think Her Worship might be a few minutes late as well. So thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Oh, sorry, yes.
My apologies for early departure.
Early departure. Thank you for zooming in, Councillor Wang. Thank you. So may I have a mover and a seconder, please, that those apologies and early departure be noted. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Thank you. Carried. So this morning we are starting with the hearings on the Western area, or is it general? Sorry. Western area. Thank you. Thank you. So we do have a number of submitters already present. So welcome again to members of the public. Nice to have you with us this morning. To those who are watching from afar, because we are streaming, live streaming, no mai haramai, welcome to our meeting this morning. To you, Felix, our press, nice to see you again here, and of course to our officers. So we'll get into start our day, and it will be probably a lengthy day as well. So to everyone, no mai haramai, to our meeting this morning. Now we have Anna Phillips to speak this morning, and please come up to the, thank you Anna. Morena Anna. Anna, you have, I think, you've 5 minutes, thank you.
Yep.
And if you just press the button on the mic there, the green.
It's already green.
Oh, it's already green. We're underway, Anna.
Is that too loud?
No, kaitapai. Very nice. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Anna Phillips, and I'm the manager of Ko Te Tuara Tōtara o Fordlands Incorporated Society, which is otherwise known as KIT-OFF. KIT-OFF is the governing body that oversees the direction and the activities of the Fordlands Community Centre. I'm here today in support of the utilisation of the Wrigley Road Reserve for housing. So just a little bit about our organisation. KIT-OFF was established in 2008 to work for the betterment of the Fordlands community, but it was largely volunteer-led until 2019 when I came on board as the manager. And our team, including Marion here with the little baby, have been working for the past 3 years really hard in establishing what is basically a social and a health service in the middle of our community. We currently have between 10 to 12 employees and 6 services. A little bit about our community. Fordlands was identified as the most deprived community in New Zealand in studies done by Auckland University. In 2013 and 2018, Fordlands topped the list. So this meant that the people of Fordlands suffer extreme deprivation over a range of 7 domains. And these are education, employment, housing, income, health, crime and access. So the aim of our organisation is to disrupt the deprivation that has existed in our community for 50 years. Our vision is a safe, prosperous and connected community, and we aim to achieve this by providing easily accessible services out of our centre that meet need but also produce capacity in our community. Our dream is to build a community hub on the Wrigley Road Reserve, and we also want to help Fordlands residents who whakapapa to Fordlands, who've lived there all their lives, to be able to buy their own homes in Fordlands. Our goal is 100% home ownership for Fordlands families, and this does not mean gentrification. The housing crisis has, so 90% of our staff live in the Fordlands community, and we are very passionate about our community because we see the suffering that exists on a daily basis. And the housing crisis has been one of the main issues that we've seen in our community over the past 3 to 5 years. It's been causing great issues. So Fordlands is a highly investor-owned, most homes in Fordlands are owned by investors, and what we have seen is families who've lived in Fordlands for generations forced out of their lifelong rental homes and into emergency housing away from their support groups. We've also seen the rise of transitional housing providers and kāinga order developments who have been moving unsuitable tenants from outside regions into our area, and this is causing a raft of problems, including increased transiency, which makes it hard for us to work with people long term. It's causing decreased community cohesiveness, as well as making our community just a generally even a more unsafe community. So last year, Kitoff developed our own Fordlands housing strategy, and it was a four-pronged approach. So the first approach was to help Fordlands families, long-term residents in Fordlands, buy their own homes in Fordlands. Number two was for Kitoff to begin to buy all investor-owned homes that are coming on the market for sale. The third strategy was for Kitoff to work with kāinga order to redesign their existing properties in Fordlands in a more kaupapa Māori-centred approach. And the fourth strategy was to build a new development in the Wrigley Road Reserve. So we engaged Veros last year to undertake a feasibility study to determine the viability of all four options, and the study found that it was determined that the most viable and immediate solution is a new social housing development on the more unused portion of the Wrigley Road Reserve around Wing Place. The new development will total 22 new builds in a mix of housing typologies. So kāinga order will build and develop 14 properties, and Kitoff will build and develop 8 properties. The development requires that we utilise 3 adjoining kāinga order properties, which is why we require involvement from kāinga order. So how it will work is that Kitoff will lease the land from council, and then Kitoff's responsibility will be to find an estimated $4 million to build the homes on the leased land, which will then be owned and managed by Kitoff. So Kitoff is currently, we've been approved to become transitional housing providers, and over the next year we're looking at becoming community housing providers, or CHIPs. So becoming CHIPs will allow us to access funding that we require to develop a financially sustainable model for the development, and it would also allow us to manage our own property so that we can place tenants that are suitable to our community from Fordlands in the homes to ensure that it doesn't become slum-like. The resulting equity from the development will be used to further our own Kitoff housing initiatives, such as buying investor-owned properties that come onto the market, so that we can work with long-term residents to place them in these homes and work over a long period to help them to buy the homes. We believe, as an organisation, that it's essential for developments in Fordlands to be led and driven from the ground up. It causes huge issues when external organisations and property developers purchase properties in Fordlands and then begin developments without community partnership. And so when we were made aware that council wanted to build housing on the reserves, we were initially greatly concerned, as we believed, we thought that the reserve would be sold to property developers, would result in a huge raft of issues with us, as explained above. We asked council if we could buy the land to prevent this from happening, but when we did the feasibility study, Veros came up with the lease option, which we believe is a much better option for Kitoff, as we can manage the development and make sure it doesn't become a slum, but the land still stays in the possession of council, which we think is a much simpler way of working. The housing development will sit on the unutilised portion of the reserve land that people don't really use, and the proposed hub will sit on the opposite side of the park, the reserve by the park. And if the developments go ahead, we really want to ensure there's enough green space in between these developments for our children and families to enjoy, because we believe that green space is extremely vital to the health and wellbeing of our families. So in conclusion, Kitoff supports the utilisation of the Wrigley Road Reserve as long as Council commits to partnering with us so that the developments are designed and managed well, and that we can continue to work towards Fordlands becoming a place that is a safe and prosperous community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Anna, is somebody going to speak additionally? There's about another 3 or 4 minutes. Was that the case? Or?
No, that's it. I initially did a submission online, but then I was advised to do a written one, so I just am here on behalf of Kitoff.
Thank you. Anna, can I just thank you for the mahi that you do in Fordlands? Councillors are aware of how difficult it is there. As an advocate for your community, as a foot soldier doing the mahi in the area, I want to thank you. And also, you bring real-world realism today. You know the issues and you want us to be aware of them. So your mahi is not for the faint-hearted, so thank you for taking the time. Thank you for taking the time to come along today. Kia ora.
Thank you very much.
I think
To your mum, former councillor, give her our...
We will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you. So we have next Kirsten and Andrew Dawson, is that correct? Thank you.
Andrew.
Oh, sorry, Kirsten.
Andrew speaking.
Oh,
I'm
Andrew
speaking
speaking.
on behalf. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yes, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you, Andrew. That's brilliant.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Dawson, and I'm speaking in regards to the Parks Road Reserve, Western Heights. We don't want Truman Show housing, developer or government on our reserve. We moved from Auckland to get away from living in a built-up suburb. Our property backs onto Parks Road Reserve. Backs onto Parks Road Reserve, which we purposely brought with the idea that we would never have to worry about neighbours. We would have an oasis on our back door. Western Heights is already a low decile area, having witnessed the increase of emergency housing in Fenton Street CBD and the detrimental impacts this has had on our city. We as a family do not want an increase of this type of antisocial and harmful behaviours present in our community. The statement was made that we need to change our mentality of not in our backyard. Will you be affected by government housing going up in your neighbourhood? Will you have government housing over your back fence? We purchased our property lucky to be on the back of said reserve. It is calming, peaceful to overlook a green space. If the proposal goes ahead, we will not only lose the view of our open space, but lake views also. This in turn will decrease the value of our purchased property as homeowners of Rotorua. We're a single income family with a high mortgage, and we are not in a position to move on. We have 4 children, 2 of whom are adults with special needs. The reserve offers a safe space for my boy who has autism and struggles to be in the community. We use the open space for his exercise and freedom. We also have 4 dogs we run every evening. The benefits are huge, not having to get in our car, especially with the high cost of living at the moment. We watch the school children from our deck using the reserve as a thoroughfare before and after school. Young kids ride their bikes and their battery-powered cars up and down the banks. Small games of touch and soccer are frequently played. There was a birthday party held there just the other weekend. The reserve is varied and it is used by the local community. It is a luxury to have a free, green space so close to home. We want and need it to stay a valued community space. The reserve needs to stay for our safety. The reserve needs to stay for our mental and physical well-being. Thank you.
Fethan. Thank you. Marilyn Fethan. Good morning, Marilyn. Thank you. Welcome.
As a retired business owner in Rotorua, ex-Mortalia, I'm changing tack a little and asking, according to all the meetings I've been to, and quite a few throughout the community, these are the main questions that have been asked by the residents of Rotorua. Why did this council try to push through the acquisition of our parks and reserve to be used for housing until, of course, it was leaked? Then giving lip service to us, to the community, such as today, when we all know it's a done deal between Rotorua and Wellington. It amazes me, this council's total disregard for the opinions and rights of the citizens of Rotorua, who voted you into council to represent us. Rotorua has been used as a dumping ground for the homeless from other regions. We all know that, culminating in our motels. And I can tell you, as an ex-Mortalia, these motels are definitely not fit for this purpose. This has culminated in more housing being required throughout Rotorua. And the likes of Malfroy and Ranulph Street development is not the answer. History tells you that. Look at England after the war, all the prefabs that were built. Then in the 60s became not fit for purpose. And the town planners put all the high-rises, shoved all the people into there that became ghettos and no-go areas. Same as in America. It's happened just the same. Can't we see that this is going to happen in Rotorua? Nobody is saying that everybody does not deserve a warm, dry home. But a lot of these homeless have never had the responsibility of owning a home or running a household. And putting them all together, like on Malfroy Road and Ranulph Street, is going to create a ghetto. Watch and see. We citizens of Rotorua are angry, and we will vote accordingly on polling day to change the culture of this council. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Ian Pound. Good morning, Ian.
Good morning. It is my belief that the Rotorua Lakes Council, and specifically the leadership of this council, with regards to this proposal to sell a number of Rotorua's parks and reserves, has been deceitful and has tried to mislead the people of Rotorua on this matter.
Yes, sorry, yes, Your Worship. It's about the language, thank you. Please modify your language.
The word deceitful?
Deceitful, thank you, yes. I'm not going to allow that.
You'll find that in the dictionary.
I'm aware of what it means, and it doesn't apply here. So just modify your language, please.
So I ask from the start of my submission that this present council that was elected by the people, for the people, and to serve the people, delay this decision on this proposal. Allow the new council that will be elected in just a few weeks to make that decision. The government approached secretly, in my belief, this council leadership on a very contentious matter to buy land in Rotorua, including hand-selecting suitable parks and reserves for low-cost housing. The first thing, in my mind, the Mayor should have done after getting all the government details.
Personal, again, I take offence. The process is very clear to me.
Well, my whole submission is based on what I've got here.
Read your submission.
Well, I'm going to suggest, if that's the case, then, that I would have to pick and choose certain parts of my submission to accommodate the Mayor.
It is around the language. Yes, I would think if you pick the most relevant pieces that you want to talk to. Thank you.
Okay, I'll pick one more piece out. That quite a few years ago, a previous council returned the council yards to the Ngāti Whakaui people. That's the land running along Victoria Street. And just recently, a few days ago, this very council returned some land surrounding some springs up there by Te O Tonga to an iwi. So I asked then, and if according to council reports that a number
Point of order.
Thank you.
Relevance. Relevance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. You must remain on message. You must remain on message. Thank you. No, sorry. Thank you. And conduct. Thank you. Owen, sorry, who's that? Owen Roberts here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, councillors. I know it can be a bit, a bit trying when you're sitting here and listening to a lot of the comments, but we won't take them. I won't allow personal. There's no need for that. Yes, certainly.
The process.
We're not here to.
Will it be
Yes, yes.
Madam,
Yes.
sorry, Madam Chair. I thought that he was probably trying to compare that. In my opinion, is that he was trying to say that if maybe we need to give the reserves back to Ngāti Whakaui or something, according to us. We didn't allow. No.
No, he was.
Madam Chair, my offence, which you accepted, and I thank you for that, is based on the misinformation that was fed to the public that has caused this anxiety and distress. And I hope that that is in our council response to submitters.
I appreciate what you're saying, Your Worship, that there is a lot of misinformation out there, but it also goes to the heart of it, that if our community is so gullible to pick up on misinformation, wrong information, and then when we try to correct or just say, well, excuse me, they get upset about it. Well, I'm sorry. If you don't have the right information, if you don't take the time to source it, then so be it. Sorry.
Owen Roberts.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, Owen Roberts, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning.
Oh, it's Owen.
It's Owen.
It is Owen.
How are you?
Don't recognise each other behind the mask.
No, it's a bit hard, Mayor Picker. Yes, thank you, Tam.
Thank you.
No, thanks for having me here. As you know, I'm Owen Roberts and I've lived in the Selwyn Heights area for 47 years, been in business in Western Heights for 42 years, and I'm here to voice my concern, firstly as a resident, and also as the chair of the Western Heights Community Association. I've come here today to try to convince you not to sell off the land used as reserves in the city, or should I say, don't steal our land. You are supposed to be the guardians of our city, not the thieves.
yeah, I can understand that, but I just see it as being the theft of land from the community. You were supposed to be, just because.
Order, Madam Chair. Could you use it? Could I take offence at the word that we are thieves?
Yes, yeah. I just would ask.
No, that's right. I appreciate that, but it's how I see it and how I think a lot of people I speak to see it, that it's the land's being taken away from the community, and if something is taken away from people.
Thank you. If you wish to if you wish to modify from, just look at what you're saying.
Oh well, yeah, no, that's right.
And I'll have to make sure that everybody is aware of that, because we don't. There's no need to level thieves and what was the other one before that. Yes, deceit. Those are words that don't apply, and I'm not going to allow them for councillors to be exposed to those words. So I'm just asking that you would just modify your language, please.
Just because some of them are not being used much at the moment does not mean that they will not be used in the future. Firstly, the majority of land earmarked for sale, and that's 5 of the 10 reserves, is on the northwestern side of the city. It just happens to be the most deprived area of Rotorua. And I mean, when you think 5 out of sort of that quadrant compared with and 5 for the whole of the rest of Rotorua, it is totally disproportionate. This is land that has been set aside over many years for use by the community and to be kept in perpetuity. What gives this council the right to dispose of these green areas of land put aside by our forebears? This land cannot be replaced, and once sold, it's gone forever. So that's green space we lose. Our city has a large number of homes, many needing a lot of work to improve their standard. In fact, as a number of people have said, there's a lot of crappy homes in this town, unfortunately, and a lot of them are also sitting on large sections which are able to be subdivided and used for infill housing. What has this council done to incentivise this? As far as I'm aware, nothing. Why do you not help the developers of the city find ways to use available areas to build on? All I hear is that there are obstacles put up by your employees rather than trying to find a way to get things done. And I think that's really what we want to, we'd like to see, is that there must be ways of working with the people who want to get things done, not just putting roadblocks in the way of them. These areas are medium density housing, and there is good evidence to show that these areas require good green spaces. And that density we will see increasing, and with the increase to higher density housing, it requires even more green spaces, not less. So, as I say, why does the council not incentivise infill housing and work to improve the existing housing? With the Western Heights Community Association, we've used Park Road and Turner Drive parks with a number of programs that we've done, all pre-COVID, unfortunately. We've tried to get the council to get improvements done, especially at the Turner Drive, and we managed to get a number of things done up in the Pleasant Heights area. But we never ever managed to get it finished. We've given up waiting for what was promised. There was supposed to be a fitness circuit going right around the Turner Drive Park. I don't know what happened to the equipment that was arranged for it, but it never ever happened. All I can say is I sincerely hope and trust that sense will prevail and these sales of our reserves will not proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. I'm just waiting for an update on the schedule. Some people are arriving, so we'll just wait for an update on the schedule. But I just wondered, Mark Gould, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you, Mark, for bringing the time, coming in earlier. Thank you very much. Nice to see you back in chambers, Mark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for seeing me early. I was scheduled for 2:40, but I had an appointment at 2:30, 10 minutes away from here. There's no way I could make it. Appreciate that a lot. My name is Mark Gould. I'm going to talk about Lee Road Reserve. The reserve was given by four brothers, the Lee. John Francis Lee, known as Jack, Fred Lee, Walter Lee, and Ken Lee. In 1945, the land was given to the Rotorua County Council when they subdivided the land, and a number of roads off that particular street were named after family members. You have to understand that the proposal of taking the whole of the reserve for housing, in my opinion, is not going to work because of the high water levels of Lake Rotorua and the land involved. If you go and look at the land today, you'll see that there is a large amount of water in the front of that area. My concern is if you put a type of portable house like you've done on Malfoy Road, Reynolds Street intersection on piles, the water will come through the house and you're going to defeat the purpose. If the water is going to get through to the house, it's going to cause mould in the future, and the families who are living there are going to get very, very sick. So really the only option is to put a more expensive house on there, which is not the developer's aim, because they want to put as many units as possible on a piece of land. You'd be better looking at other pieces of suitable land around the road area rather than use Lee Road Reserve. The other effect is that the residents nearby are very concerned. They have paid a lot for their houses, and if cheaper houses are put on that subdivision, their house value will be devalued, which means that they're going to be disadvantaged. I know people in need housing, but as I'm saying, put it in other areas of town. Like what you've done with the railway land, you gave it back to iwi. Why don't you give the 10 reserves back to the families of the people involved with the donating those reserves? The reserves were donated by the developers who wanted an area for the residents nearby to use and enjoy life. By putting in more houses on that particular reserve and other reserves in town, you're going to inconvenience young people trying to keep fit. I'm also a member of the Western Heights Community Association, which Owen Roberts spoke about before, and he spoke about the 5 reserves in the Western Heights area. And I agree with him totally that the residents need reserves to do activities on. I know one of the reserves we spend a lot of time, and the council spend a lot of money on planting some trees, and somebody came along and bowled them on a weekend. You know, that was just unfortunate what has happened. The people in the area, they need the green space. And I don't know why you're picking 2 reserves, Gallagher Street Reserve and Lee Road Reserve, for total houses when the other reserves you're only using partial development. I'm happy to take some questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We don't have questions at this stage. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gould. But thank you for coming along and speaking to us this morning. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. My apologies for lateness.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. councillors, we will be doing some juggling again today, so if your schedule possibly isn't already correct, so but we'll do our best that we can to slot people in and move people up, and if some people come early, we'll try to accommodate them as well. So it's just a matter of being a bit flexible. Thank you. We always request that our mobile phones are put aside at this time, but I know that we try to get them all cleared over our breaks, but I just think we can be a bit lenient on that as well. So if you do want to clear and use your mobile phones when we've got some downtime, please do. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for coming in and being a little earlier. Very helpful. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Yes. You do have 5 minutes, so we'll just allow you to have that whole time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kia ora, councillors and Madam Chair. My name is Brian Halligan. I'm a member of the Tatu Panamu Collective. I'm also representing the Rotorua East Lions Club, and I'm also a resident on the east side. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Ko ni reaha pirika taku ingoa. No Ngāti Unuku Kōpako, Ngāti Te Rorotarangi, Ngāti Rangitarere. So I'm here also as part of Tātou Pounamu, representing the hapu I just expressed.
Kia ora tātou, ko Tāna Biti tuko ingoa, ke Rotorua toka kaina mōna tau toru tukau. My name's Dana Beattie. I'm here today firstly as a resident of Eastside Rotorua for more than 30 years, and also as a member of Tātou Pounamu, the Eastside Community Collective. Tātou Pounamu's submission relates to 2 small Eastside reserves, Coulter Road Reserve and Lee Road Reserve. I'll speak to 2 aspects of Tātou Pounamu's written submission. Firstly, Tātou Pounamu's concern that development in Eastside will preserve the assets that we already have and reflect the aspirations of the community for Eastside Rotorua. The principle that we look after what we have is already built into Council's open space policy. We're keenly aware that once reserved land is used for other purposes, it's lost for the future. Because of this, any consideration of revocation of reserves merits really timely, thoughtful consideration, and we don't feel that that's been reflected in this process. Concerns also been expressed that revocation of neighbourhood reserves doesn't honour the Tātou Pounamu vision for Eastside Rotorua. Secondly, residents who have shared their views with Tātou Pounamu reflect the value of neighbourhood reserves for well-being and connection. Residents have very strong bonds with their neighbourhood reserves. They provide connection and a sense of community. And these small parks are used as part of people's daily lives for exercise, for recreation, as a safe place to play, but also as a place to connect with each other. And even though sometimes they are very small, these neighbourhood reserves play a role in people's lives that's very distinct from what's provided by the larger parks and reserves. For example, the Waikawa, or Hannah's Bay Reserve, is used by the whole Rotorua community and by visitors to Rotorua. And the role that it plays is very different from what's provided by the small parks like Lee Road Reserve. I'll leave it there and pass you over to Neriha. Thanks.
Thank you, Betty. My kōrero is more around the wellness plan and how it works within our community on the east side. If we go back to a MOU that was signed by all the hapus on the east side and Tātou Pounamu, to then the wellness plan that was adopted by this council, and it was a different way of working together. How has that affected us within this process when I think it comes down to the operations more than anything? How is that filtered down from this agreement to the next tier and to the next tier within the council itself? So as part of this wellness plan, I think all tiers within the council need to be aware and put in place what we were trying to do on the east side, and the council have accepted that as a different way of working together. And that didn't happen in this process. So we're just making it clear our thoughts on this whole process. Another thing with the hapu is that, you know, with all these reserves, they were once Māori land. When did it become a reserve? Is there any information that the council can give us so that as hapu, I think is one of the first things we should be looking at, trying to convince that this is good for the area. Whitley Road, however, our hapu don't really agree with the buildings going up there. We're talking about 40 homes underneath the flight path of the planes. We know what that's like because our marae is under that flight path on the northern side. So we wouldn't want to well-being of anybody within those homes not looked after in any way, and I don't think that they would be if you were to build on Lee Road. So kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that is your time this morning. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Just one thing
Yes.
too, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the staff for allowing us to come at this time. I know we were supposed to have been yesterday, but none of us could make it, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Amelia, would you like to appear now? Oh, kia ora, Amelia. Thank you very much. And I know you were supposed to be a little later, but you're here and you might have other things to do, so thank you for coming in early. Kia ora. Seven. You have 5 minutes, so just take your time.
Kia ora, my name is Amelia, I'm from Ngāpuna. This is my first time ever speaking in council in any kind of submissions, so bear with me. I was for the reserves. I am still in support and in support of progression and getting the homes here as soon as possible. However, I did put in my submission that it needs to be largely community agreed, and there's no problems, and just identifying the issues that are impacting on the community. Sorry, I'm just a bit out of breath.
Go to bite, that's all right.
So impacting on the community, making sure that we are addressing the issues as opposed to just rushing and pushing everything through that's going to cause upset within the community. So I'm still for it, but rather taking our time addressing the issues that have been identified. And another area that I was a bit concerned about is kāinga ora having identified that we've got a cost of living crisis, and they're submitting that their prices of their homes are about 500,000 plus, so we're looking at $1 million debt for people. So are we looking at, how's our supply demand looking for people actually affording it? Are we going to be able to fill those homes quickly enough? And I know we're looking at maybe a mixed model, so social housing, which is another impact on community as well. But I'm not about passing the buck on that. I'm quite happy to address the issues that are surrounding those circumstances for social housing. So I'm in support of council for that. It's just the fact that there's no pathways from kāinga ora, even TPK, to be able to assist people who are already here to be able to build with now the medium density standards, building tiny homes in people's backyards. No pathways for them to be able to do that. I know of somebody who has land available which has been bypassed by kāinga ora, and they're offering it under market value. And being able to address something there that, with TPK or even kāinga ora combined to address maybe tiny homes, to address the situation as well, but there's just no opportunity afforded to them and they're just left in the dark. And so I'm pretty upset that there's nothing being offered on that part, because with a lot of our locals, it is cost of living. And that's what we need to address. And to afford $1 million debt is just, are we looking at overseas people coming in, which I'm all for, but are they going to be investors versus people actually coming in to stay permanently and contributing to our community? So it's the affordability, it's being able to identify supply demand. Are we going to get the numbers that are going to purchase those homes or fill it socially? We know we can fill it socially, but in terms of the affordability overall. And yeah, that's it from me. Any questions?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Amanda, for coming in. You've done very well for a first-time submitter, speaking to your submission. So no, that's fine. That's not a problem. So I think that's yes, that's the time up. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you. We'll have to wait and give them a few minutes. Thank you. Quite a bit of juggling to be done. and we have Amanda Hunt, and Amanda is zooming in. Good morning, kia ora, Amanda. Welcome to the meeting this morning.
Thank you, kia ora. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, thank you. Amanda, you've got 5 minutes, so thank you. The time is yours.
Right. Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Amanda Hunt tōku ingoa. I grew up in Rotorua, and I'm just wanted to share a few thoughts. Basically, I'm opposed to the sale of these reserves, primarily for the reasons of public good. So these reserves were originally designated and set aside for the benefit of local people. And I believe that reserves throughout the city are really important in terms of providing for people's health and well-being. I don't think that where you live should restrict how much green space you have access to. Something I'd really like to point out in terms of my expertise, I've got a master's degree in environmental science and public health, and I'm currently working in public health, and I just wanted to share a few studies with you about the benefits of being around green space, even in urban areas. And I might email this paper later on just for those of you who may be interested. But there have been quite a few studies internationally and in New Zealand that have shown the immense benefits that people get just from having green space around them. And that's really important in neighbourhoods where people are often not going to be able to get in their cars and go to find somewhere to have a walk. Also in terms of climate change, it's going to be more and more important to have low emissions activities. And maintaining green spaces in local neighbourhoods means people have a greater ability to do that. There was a study in 2018 of nearly 50,000 children in New Zealand, and they found that living in greener areas with more exposure to plants and vegetation can actually reduce the risk of being asthmatic. There's also work showing benefits in terms of lowering stress hormones, improving immunity, blood pressure, improving mental health, less cardiovascular disease, possibly some links to longer life expectancy associated with that access to mental as well as physical well-being. They're also interested, which I think might be quite relevant to some of these neighbourhoods, especially in the western and eastern areas, is that there does seem to be some evidence of trees in nature even being a protective factor, helping some of the harmful effects of socioeconomic disadvantage from occurring. As I say, I will email this paper for you. But it's really interesting that even means, because often we'll think access to nature means being able to get out and have a walk in the bush. But there's studies where even in hospitals, people who are recovering, they did a study where they had people in a hospital who had a view of a brick wall, and people in hospital had a view out their window of trees. So they weren't out in the forest or a bush or anything, but they found that just being able to have that view of trees from the hospital windows rather than a view of the brick wall actually improved the patient recovery times, reduced their need for pain relief, and actually was associated with earlier discharge from hospital. And also workplaces that include some element of nature actually often have higher productivity levels. There's even some socioeconomic evidence about being around green spaces helping contribute to better social interactions and even reduced crime figures. So really, from a public health perspective and community wellbeing, I think it's really important to retain these reserves. I guess even though some of these areas might seem like quite small areas, it's a cumulative effect. Once they're gone and built on, we can't get them back, and every bit of green space matters. It can be a case of a death by 1,000 cuts, these kind of piecemeal sales. So yeah, it's just, I'm fully opposed to selling any of these reserves. If the council does decide to do that, I'd like to request that it only be done for social housing by the likes of Kāinga Ora or local iwi. It's completely unacceptable to sell any of this land to private developments for profit. Kia mitu, thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amanda. So that's your time. Is there any conclusion remarks you want to
rolling in their graves to see the way we are being treated by our council and public servants. I fully reject the proposal to, by any means, break the status of our reserves. These reserves were gifted or required by law to be set aside for the benefit and enjoyment of all residents. Accordingly, you are the kaitiaki of these lands, not the owner. As intended, they belong to the people of Rotorua, and it is in the best interests of current and future residents for them to be retained. The determinations that they are surplus to requirements or do not meet objectives were based on inaccurate, now largely refuted assumptions made via deficient and duplicitous engagement processes that failed to provide authentic feedback, thus rendering these determinations irrelevant. Due to the secret directive to circumvent consultation in favour of pace versus local conversations, and given that these significant decisions would be irreversible, you have not provided fair opportunity to all stakeholders to fully understand the matter and contribute their views. This contravenes the requirements of the Local Government Act 2002, thereby placing you in a position of operating outside of the law. The stated need for 6,000 houses right now is based on the false premise that the majority of those in motels are Rotorua people. This has been clearly debunked by evidence that MSD are providing bus tickets and motel vouchers to numerous people of outside origin, and the historical data that genuinely Rotorua homeless were numbered at 50 to 80 prior to your collaboration with the government to import homeless. Permanent housing solutions for non-Rotorua homeless should be addressed by the communities of origin, thus negating the urgent need for housing in Rotorua. MSD and Kāinga Ora have shown complete ineptitude in ensuring the safety of those who reside in close proximity to social housing, evidence of which is plainly seen in Fenton Street on a daily basis. Providing houses to people who are suffering from mental illness, drug addiction or are criminals does not address these problems and would severely impact on the well-being of the decent, law-abiding citizens who deserve the right to the peaceful enjoyment of their properties for which they pay ever-increasing rates or rent. Due to Kāinga Ora's no eviction policy, there are residents living in fear for their lives, and given that Kāinga Ora has failed mitigate these fears, there can be zero confidence in their ability to manage additional social housing in a manner that gives precedence to the safety and well-being of the city's genuinely established citizens. Due to the indecent haste to try and circumvent the law, insufficient time is being allowed to measure the effectiveness of the housing intensification laws. This lack of patience is perceived as unwarranted at best and highly suspicious at worst, giving rise to conjecture that your motives have nothing to do with providing housing, but arise from secret deals made with the government that you now feel obligated to honour without ever having sought or received our permission. There has been insufficient explanation as to why council-owned non-reserve land or other private land offered are not being considered. Yet again, this creates suspicion that you have collaborated with the government and made secret deals which we have been excluded from having consultation on,
your words,
as provided for by
Deanna,
law, and that
no
these decisions are not in our best interests. Your obligations and responsibilities must rest with the wishes, aspirations and the full well-beings of the genuinely established residents, not those who have been duplicitously and ridiculously categorised as Rotorua people after having lived in a motel for the meagre span of 30 days. When the time comes, I urge you all to vote against the progression of this proposal, bearing in mind it will soon be our turn to vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Deanna. Thank you, councillors. I saw your faces when the accusations were made, but I've just decided that I will watch the language that is used. I understand that people can be angry, but I also don't want you to feel that you're going to be got at. It's not what these hearings are for. So, Don Patterson, kia ora, Don.
Te toto o te tangata he kai. Te oranga o te tangata he whenua. While food provides for the blood in our veins, our health is drawn from the land. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Madam Chair, Your Worship, the Deputy Mayor, councillors, representatives of Te Tātou o Te Arawa, Community Board representatives and council staff. Ko Don Patterson toku ingoa. I first became aware of the intention to enact the Rotorua District Council's Reserves Revocation Bill in early February. This prompted me to make a second Lagoima request on 16th of February, asking for an explanation of what this bill included, how it would be applied, and which reserves had been identified. In RLC's response on 25th of February, you denied to share any information, as Council has not made a final decision on whether to proceed with a bill, nor has Council finalised the potential reserve to be included in the bill. And yet, the leaked Council document of 15th February, at the meeting held 10 days prior to the response to me, laid out the hidden strategy for the bill and identified 10 reserves. These actions go against the Local Government Act 2002, Section 14, Principles Relating to Local Authorities. In performing its role, a local authority must act in accordance with the following principles. I, conduct its business in an open, transparent and democratically accountable manner. Another statement noted on the document of February 15th under the heading Comments and Discussion. GW made it clear that it was pace versus local conversations, can't have both. If Council wants to drive a lot of local conversations, it will take time to investigate, to get people on board and need to weigh up whether that is worthwhile. How is that statement in any way considered to be open, transparent and democratically accountable? Why does the building of only a limited number of dwellings on the 10 identified reserves outweigh the impact upon the lives of people already there, especially when there's other land available? Included in the Westbrook Sports and Recreation Precinct Master Plan, the property at 18 Titoki Place was discussed at the full council meeting on 12 December 2019 during a public excluded session. This land alone, which nearly is 6 hectares, more than covers the reserve land RLC has offered to Kāinga Ora, which really only needs just under 5. Kāinga Ora Regional Director Darren Toy stated at the Operations and Monitoring Committee meeting in early June he would have to pay Council $1 for that land due to the remedial work required. As the geotech report eventually supplied to me after waiting 42 days shows, that was overstating the situation. According to an opinion from a property developer with many years' experience, the challenges with Titoki Place are not insurmountable and wouldn't prevent development. The other significant parcel of land is located in Ōwhata. As you heard yesterday, it has the capacity for 50 houses and meets all of the requirements for subdivision and is situated less than 800 metres away from the 2 local reserves that have been earmarked for sale to Kāinga Ora. Why then would Kāinga Ora decline this opportunity? Their answer on 20th of June only raises more questions. We do not wish to purchase this land because we have a number of alternative sites in Ōwhata being progressed for development. And again on 22nd July, Kāinga Ora reiterated, we also now have a number of opportunities and developments we are progressing in Ōwhata. Now have alternative sites we are progressing in Ōwhata. Those answers certainly imply that they already have the land they require in Ōwhata, and they don't need any more, which is fantastic news for the people of Ōwhata and Hannes Bay communities. They'll be ecstatic to hear that Kāinga Ora no longer is interested in their reserves. Awesome. Or is it simply a case of Kāinga Ora counting their chickens before they've hatched? Because, and I quote, no decisions have been made yet. Either Kāinga Ora has all the land that they need out east, or they don't. If they don't, then the right thing to do would be to withdraw the 2 reserves and suggest they re-evaluate 10B Maple Grove. The same applies to 18 Titoki Place. With the implementation of the medium-density residential standards next month, Rotorua will need more reserve land, not less. The revocation of 10 reserves will reduce our volume of precious green space, which is counterintuitive to the whole process of intensification. The petitions with the 1,510 signatures, including these 172 extra which came after the closing, along with 639 submissions, certainly warrant this proposal to be paused until a new council is elected, if not being totally discarded. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Well timed. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Sorry, we're just juggling the schedule now, but I do understand that Mr. Neil Kennedy, who was going to speak after the lunch break, is here. Mr. Kennedy, if you'd like to speak now, you're most welcome. Thank you. You might have other things you'd like to do. Thank you. Very, very good of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, and welcome.
Thank you. Again, my name is Neil Kennedy, and I'm here to, of course, to talk about the reserves, but I want to put it into context. And when Ronald Reagan left the presidency in '89, he said, his final speech was, it's our job to take notice of what the people say. We to do what the people do. And that's what you people don't do. So an example of that being back a few months ago, back in November, with there's about Maori wards in there, and there's lots of presentations in there, and it went higher and higher and higher, and then it was shut down by a higher body. It's an example of you not listening to people.
Just remain on message, please.
Relevance.
Remain on message.
As I was saying, so to continue regarding the reserves in there, we know that prior to lockdown, there was very few homeless people in Rotorua, and now you've got hundreds of them around in there. So what we're in the process of doing is just running down Rotorua on the land that belongs to the people of Rotorua. It doesn't belong to you councils to knock it off. There's other options available. So in summary to what's going on there, you made the mess with the one in Malfoy Road. There's likely to be the crime capital of Rotorua, with the slums you put in there, and you didn't have to do that.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
You didn't allow them to go through with it. Yeah. So.
Yes, you need to stop. We've had a point of order. Yes, Your Worship.
Just use of words.
Just the use of the language.
Offensive to call it slums.
There's nothing wrong with the language. It's just to the point on this. And let me finish.
Actually, there is something wrong with the language, please. And you can use other words, but just modify your language, please.
So in simple summary in there, so that the reserves we're going to put in slum housing.
No, we're not putting
slum. As you call it.
No.
There, and maybe some mixed stuff. Probably what's that? 2 houses in Coulter Road to call it that? I don't think so. So in simple summary, there's a whole lot more going to that, put much more eloquently than what I'm doing in there. But just most of you people, I hope you don't make it back on the next elections in there.
Order, Madam Chair.
The legacy that you'll leave Rotorua, it goes from the penthouse to the crap house in 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Contemplate that.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you. I say again, councillors, I can understand when people get upset, but however, I am not going to allow, the language that is quite offensive.
And I'm not upset. I'm just really concerned about, for example, the people of Rotorua.
No, you don't speak from there. Thank you. Thank you. Just looking to do a bit of juggling here and waiting for a few submitters. Number 42 on our schedule, Cheryl Powell is here, and I just wonder if Cheryl would like to come forward. Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl.
Just arrived.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much. You have 5 minutes, Cheryl. Thank you.
Okay.
Did someone press the button there for you on the... You should have
Yes,
a...
I won't be.
Thank you.
I won't, hang on.
And it's page... It's number 42. On page 171. 171. Yes, please take your time. No hurry. Could you please be seated? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Cheryl Paul. I'm a resident of Pukehangi, and I live nearby one of these reserves, and I also live in walking distance to some of the other ones. Coming from a background in horticulture and having spent many years with my father involved in the drainage industry, I'm extremely concerned at Rotorua Lakes Council plan to revoke the status of these reserves for infill housing. Where was the public consultation before we've gone down this route? Not afterwards. The residents were not even aware that this was happening. To me, these actions are not democratic if they're done behind closed doors. Has the impact upon the carbon... Oh, this is not what we expect of our elected representatives. Has the impact of our carbon footprint by reducing our green spaces been examined or not? Stormwater reserves need to be kept for recreation, walkers, cyclists, and all those who enjoy these spaces. Stormwater and wastewater infrastructure in some of these areas is already at maximum capacity. Our valuable lake can only cope with so much without damaging it by increased runoff and additional housing, where the reserves were. With the increased rainfall and possible flooding events, building in these areas, many of which are flood prone, will add to the danger. More concrete, more roads and houses will increase our runoff and our sediment build-up. The removal of existing greenery, bushes and topsoil will destroy our plants and wildlife habitats, which we all value, I hope. Erosion and slippage will also occur. The existing natural ecosystem that we are desperately trying to protect will suffer. Do not revoke the status of our reserves. I would also like to suggest and add to what I've already said by saying that the Linton Park West Reserve walkway provides an excellent daytime walk. I, as a pedestrian, walk partly through the walkway from the entrance to Goldie Street and walk across the reserve to various meetings at Linton Park Community Centre. This I will not be able to do to freely access this venue if homes are built here. It will take at least half an hour to walk around on the footpath, and where it's about 20 minutes or less walking by someone who walks readily, easily. I'd also like to be able, I would not be able to access this area if houses are placed here. Also, the fact is that when we did the Clayton Road upgrade onto Tukoi Street, we live on Gem, and the the drama that had to be gone through and the inconvenience for 18 months when they did the stormwater upgrade and put it into turquoise was massive. A massive impact on us just to increase the roading.
Oh, you have another minute if you'd like to. Anything?
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. 10 past and Vina. Okay. Okay. The other one is just before 17 past? Yeah. you're presenting this morning. Thank you, Mr. Lee. You do have 5 minutes. Thank you. And I have been asking a few of these submitters just to, they get a bit uptight and a bit angry and use language. So I just ask you just to keep the language at the higher level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning or afternoon, members of this committee. I was last sitting in this chair as President of Saving Springfield, presenting a petition of some 5,000 signatures. So I'd just like to acknowledge the fellow submitters who live around the reserves around Rotorua, and I just want to let you know that I feel your pain. This particular submission is on behalf of around 1,100 RDRR members, associates and friends of RDRR, including 3,100 people who contribute to our Facebook page. It is a 38-page submission, very comprehensive, and I trust that the members have had an opportunity to read this very detailed submission. I was pleased to receive an email from the councillors, or the council, who organised this, and apparently I've been given an hour and 5 minutes to present this.
Sorry, all. I think you must be jesting. You must be said.
You're right, I must be. I accept it was a typo. But RDRR opposes the revocation of 9 out of the 10 reserves. We accept the position of the Fordlands Community Association. The residents and ratepayers of Rotorua have a reasonable expectation that the council will abide by the law, and in particular, the Reserves Act. The idea that this council would adopt another local bill to circumvent the law is troubling to me, troubling to RDRR, and troubling to the residents and ratepayers of Rotorua who surround these reserves, who presented yesterday, and you'll continue to hear them. For many generations, people have made investment decisions in their properties, in their houses, in their neighbourhoods, and they've created a vibe, a culture within each of these neighbourhoods. They deserve that the current law be respected and upheld. And if you want to change the purpose of the reserves, then the proper process is to follow the terms of the Reserves Act. As a result of this proposal being publicised, property values have diminished. This is a serious matter, and it's not good enough to write them off as NIMBYs. The members here have sworn an oath to act in the best interests of the district of Rotorua, the people of Rotorua. That's not the best interests of all of the New Zealand people who claim to be homeless, the best interests of the people of Rotorua. The public of Rotorua are telling you that this is not in their best interests. And I trust you're listening. The loss of the financial values of these properties falls on the shoulders of those sitting here who have made decisions to even contemplate this abhorrent proposal. So how did we get here? How did we get to the stage where Council is contemplating a second local bill? Sorry, what does that bell mean?
I think that's our next submitter zooming in. Thank you.
Okay. So how did we get here? The council processes for how it makes decisions has come under scrutiny in our submission. And what we have learnt through the representation review matter as well is that decisions are being made in secret in these workshops that are called elected member workshops.
Point of order. Relevance.
Thank you.
No, it's entirely relevant because this is how decisions are being made in
Point of order. Relevance.
Perception. Thank you.
Predetermination of decisions is entirely relevant. And if decisions are being made in elected member workshops and elected member workshops...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Relevance.
Thank you.
our submission deals with the process that's been adopted by this council in terms of how the council got to the stage where we are even contemplating this reserves revocation. That is entirely relevant. How you got to this stage is incredibly relevant, and a decision was made to get to this point. And what we know is that these decisions are being made in secret in the elected member workshops, which are attended by people who aren't elected members.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
So we do glean from it that you're unhappy with the process that was. So thank you very much. You've made your point, and your 5 minutes is now up. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
May I say something?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm not wanting to be rude, but this is looking like an ugly rugby match where either the referee or the lines people are not allowing the game to flow through. I think I'd love to listen to what people have to say. The submitters are not actually accusing people over here or taking names or making any suspicions. They are basically telling what has happened in the past based on what has happened in meetings, and they're quoting what has happened along the process. So I don't think they've taken any names, and I think it would be nice if it was flowing and we allowed them to speak and only raise point of order with relevance to if they were disrespectful.
Thank you. The points of order were relevant. They were relevant. And I understand that people are putting their views as they see it, and they're welcome to do that, but I would just ask that they just modify their language and keep on the issue. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Yes, Davina Brure, she's on Zoom. Good morning, Davina. 22.
No, she's on page 62. She's out.
Oh, she's out 22. Sorry about that. Good morning, Davina. Thank you for coming and appearing by Zoom this morning. And you do have 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes, she comes up in a minute.
Turn the TV
around. Oh. Sorry, Davina, we're just bringing you up full size.
Thank you, Phil. Davina, if you could please turn your video on and then just say hello so that we can see you up on the screen. Thank you. Looks like
got your
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Kia ora, I'm Dee Bruere and mother and passionate teacher. I think the biggest concern for me is the accessibility for children to be able to walk to parks. And I'll probably put my teacher hat on.
Excuse me, Davina, have you got your camera on? We can hear you.
No, the camera won't work.
Oh, okay. Well, we can certainly hear you, so thank you. Goodbye.
Okay. I've got my teacher hat on today. So as a teacher, we teach our tamariki about being caretakers of the land. We empower the children, the families, the community, and most important, look after their well-being. As a council, I ask you to continue these good education principles in our community reserves. We want accessible green spaces to children and families that can only walk. Sometimes these families don't have cars. I speak for the children. I speak for the children who have no voice, a future place to play in playgrounds of choice. Unless someone like council hears a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. You're in charge of the parks of the Rotorua whānau. Treat them with care, give kids space and fresh air. It's not about what the parks are today, it's about what they can become. So councillors, I ask you to think very hard. Are you enabling our children or stamping on them hard? And that's probably more of a heart thing from me. but I know that the other points would have been covered by other people. That's me.
Thank you very much, Davina. Thank you for taking the time to zoom in today. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
It's lunchtime. And we've got it. Thank you. We've got our lunch break now until 1:15. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
So, and I'd ask, Jeffrey Sheckle, Mr. Sheckle, is that correct? Have I pronounced that correctly? Jeffrey Sheckle, yes, thank you, Mr. Sheckle. Would you like to come and sit up at the table up here? Thank you. And we'll just see that your microphone is on. It should be green, thank you. Thank you for coming along this afternoon, and you have 5 minutes, Mr. Sheckle, to speak to your submission. You're welcome to remove your mask. If you'd like to remove your mask, you're welcome to. Otherwise, please leave it.
Yeah.
Up to you.
Look, nobody's got their masks on. That's not very good. You haven't been in Auckland for a while then. Have you? Okay. Secret masks, are they? Okay. Okay, I'm Jeffrey Sheckle. I'm against the selling of reserve land as though it was an asset of the Rotorua Lakes Council. There are 10 reserves which were paid for by the ratepayers as reserve contributions by developers for use or not by residents of Rotorua. The reserves are held as reserves parks by the council and being retained for future use as reserves in perpetuity, not to be sold off as capital funding for other projects. The reserves are not underperforming assets. A survey now does not look at the intergenerational use of the various reserves. As generations grow up, activities on reserves change. At present, the CBD is underutilised. Will the council change zoning on that? The council's statistics are misleading. The reserve sell-off is about 7% of the closely, intensely urbanised land. So, in 15 years' time, is the Rotorua Council going to sell off another 7%? These reserves are good, flat land, ideal for reserves. The council should be selling off some of the less desirable Sunset Road reserve gullies to developers. Just being cynical. The proceeds from reserve sales brings with it a complexity of future public involvement which can be avoided by not selling any of the reserve land. The Rotorua Lakes Council is able to increase rates to buy reserves or improve reserves if necessary. This is a better use of increased rates. The council should stop wasting its time, money, effort on short-term housing fixed for questionable quality, quantity of housing by selling reserve land. Instead, as a Tier 2 territorial authority, implement the Rotorua Structural Plan, May 2010, Housing and Business Capacity Assessment, page 258, or become a developer of zoned greenfield land. So in summary, reserves are here for present and future residents, ratepayers, not to be sold as underperforming assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hamill, John Hamill. Thank you. Good afternoon, John. Kia ora.
Not something I've done before, and it's kind of a little bit where we go with this, but I don't think we need to sell those 10 reserves. It's been gifted to the people of Rotorua by developers and people who saw the rights and needs for the children and people to have reserves to play on. With the intensity of the housing that's being put forward, I think we're going to need more green belts and not let them go now and look 50 years down the track and find out where they've gone. The housing that's been proposed by Kaingaora hasn't really been told what we're going to expect to see. Intensity housing or people put up in temporary accommodations is actually quite evident as we drive down Fenton Street and if you bring lots of people with like minds, you intensify the crime rates that they've perpetrated, their social skills, and I think we need to put money into the social help and the well-being for addiction and crime, to try and bring that back into line rather than giving them housing in these areas. That intensifies this. I think we've got some things to do in the background on this, so please keep the reserves. I don't think we need to sell them, and that goes right through all 10 of them, because we will need those green belts. They do help soak up some of the surface water that we've got going around at the moment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Kia ora. Kahutapika Utataonga. Pardon?
Are we allowed to read off our phones?
Yeah, absolutely, certainly. You've got 5 minutes. Yes, thank you.
Tēnā rā tātou te whānau, kua huhi mai nei raro i tēnei whare. Ko kahutapika Ututaonga tōku ingoa, huri tēnei no te aroa whānui, mai te taho tōku māma no Ngāti Whakaue, Ngāti Kiaroa, Ngāti Tuara, te aitanga maha ki ngā puhi tainui hoki. Ai te taho tōku pāpā no Tuhaurangi Ngāti Wāhiau, engari i whāngai ia ki Ngāti Kahununu e Pōtiki ana. 5 minutes isn't enough time to talk back 4 generations before me. I'm the moko of Ron Ututaonga and Jenny Waitai Jones. A great moko of Walter Wiramu Whare Ututaonga and Rawara Whānau Pani Ututaonga. I grew up on 21 Glenfield Road alongside my whānau, and a three-bedroom home can only hold so many people. So I moved houses from Reeves Road, Scotts Ave, Sunrise Ave, Wharenui, P Drive and Porikapa. So I understand the home and living crisis as I lived through that myself, but I'm not here to talk about that crisis today. We are one of the first whānau in Ōwhata, so I'm here to speak on behalf of my tūpuna, my whānau and my future mokopuna. I came as a rangatahi Māori, a full-time...
Excuse me, Kahu, can you just move the microphone? Yes, thank you. Closer. Yeah, aye, thank you.
I came as a rangatahi Māori, a full-time working mama, a hapu mama, and I asked myself these 3 questions. Why am I here today? Why is this important to me? And what can you do to help us? But first, I just wanted to acknowledge everyone here today and have made their proposals before and will after me. I tautoko what my cousin said yesterday, who was here, Shakira Ututaonga, and adding on to her kōrero as well. And I suppose that's where my mana enhancement will come from, because me and my whānau are fighting for the same thing. So why am I here? I'm 21 years old and I attended Te Moana Nui Kohanga, which my koro Ron, koro Tony, my mum and her siblings built. My koro is 74 years old and has only just retired from the kohanga today, which is now closed. I attended Ōwhata Primary School, Mokoia Intermediate and Rotorua Lakes High, and now my 2-year-old attends early childhood down Sunrise Ave, around the corner from this reserve. So you can say that the east side is my home. And when I think of home, it's not only the place I used to live, but it's my backyard, my wider backyard. This includes Kolta and Ringrove Reserve, so this is a taonga to not only myself, but my whānau. I have been playing in this reserve since I was in my kope, and my mum and her father before me, and now my daughter, and hopefully my son, and my future kids, and my mokopuna will too. It is important that our tamariki are to flourish and nurture our whenua. So I'm here, I'm a perfect example on why it is important that that this is where mokopuna decisions will take place. I was a kaikoa at Te Wharewhitinga for 3 years, as mentioned, where my daughter attends, and I was privileged to watch a small percent of tamariki thrive in as little as our papatakoro and the whenua that surrounds the kura. This leads to my second question: why is this important to me? As someone who not only grew up playing in this area and now watching my tamariki nieces, nephews and little cousins play there now, it is important to me because in the past my great-grandparents did the same as they watched us grow as well. They are the reason why I'm here today, because I know that they'll be sitting in this seat. I often go to this place for a place to release, and I always run into friends and talk about the times we used to roller skate on the tennis court, and when we used to roll down the hill to the playground, ride our tricycles and pick dandelions for our mothers. My daughter picks dandelions for me now. These are just some of the memories that I hold for myself. So my third question is, what can you do? I understand that this reserve is only part sale because of issues, redundant tennis courts, and I may back that it is because the tennis court is older than all of us in this room today. I'm here today to ask you if you can upgrade our playgrounds and our tennis court, making it safer for our future generations, turn my kohanga into a community for our rangatahi where we can feel comfortable to go to and possibly make decisions for our future as well. Creating more jobs for our youth workers and other kaimahi to run that centre, or even possibly a whānau support centre. Provide us with an outdoor gym where our whānau can exercise for free, so we can look after our tinana, our health and well-being. Build a community garden to feed our whānau, teaching them the importance of growing our own kai and the climate change crisis that we also live in today. And giving back to our community in good ways, because as you know, and I do know, living in the background of gangs and also my whānau and the reality, who are also my whānau, and the reality is drugs and alcohol. So providing this to the East Side community shows a small indication that this could be the next reality. Not to mention the suicide rate, because our people don't know who or where to go to, so the centre could be possibly that for them. Giving them opportunities to give back to the community where they can possibly showcase art that are placed on boards that tell stories, and we can learn history of the significance of this place. My brother and his friends run circus, touch and basketball at Lakes High School fields weekly from 1 to 50-year-olds, so I'm hoping to have a permanent place for them. My auntie holds meetings at her whare and finds it hard to have a hall in place to facilitate sisterhood programs with good intentions to heal our wahine, hold competitions for our community and whānau days, and these are only small ideas coming from a typical East Side Māori girl. What do you think the rest of the community has to say? Because when I look at this place in the future, that is what I see. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Kia ora.
I'm going to leave my kōrero over here if anyone wants to see it.
Kia ora, thank you.
And there are photos of the tennis court as well.
Thank you. Just waiting now for others to come along. We still got that meeting tomorrow. Oh. Kia ora kōrua. Welcome to our meeting today. And Kerith, you're on, and then after that is it Jody? Jody, thank you very much. You have 5 minutes, so welcome. Thank you. Is your mic on? Push the button. It should be green.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just pull it closer if you like, so you can. Thank you very much.
Oh, good. Thank you. A little bit nervous. I haven't been in this position before, so. Yeah, my name is Kerith Smurden, and I'm a real estate agent down with Eve's Real Estate. I just felt it important that both Jodie and myself come to the table and have a chat. My understanding, so straight into it, my understanding of the Reserve's proposal is to assist with the housing issue in Rotorua. Providing land is only a small part of the equation that I can see. If we look at the issues surrounding the temporary housing and the lack of appreciation and respect for both the accommodation and the neighbouring properties, to me that's a red flag to start with. Currently, there are small, medium and large residential blocks available to purchase. Recently, Johnny and I had 4 development blocks available for sale. Collectively, that was about 40,000 square metres of land. Housing New Zealand, Kaingora, whichever, did not reach out. So we approached them directly on more than one occasion for each property, and there was very little interest. Therefore, the idea that the Reserve should be disposed of was some of the wording that I saw floating around, is a second red flag. Also, with some of the reserves were gifted, or the parcels of land were gifted, either from Ngāti Whakaui or as part of the subdivision process. I just don't think it's appropriate for the council to sell that property. There are other options. Firstly, distribute the temporary housing issue rather than take it on. There are other regions, for example, Mamaku, Kaingaroa, to name 2. Rezone the light commercial, semi-rural and inner city living. That was one of our bits of land that we had available. It could have easily been rezoned. It was on the edge of residential. With intensifying the housing in Rotorua, the recreational areas are going to be essential, especially if we're a growing city, and they're important for the overall health and well-being of our people. Infrastructure, well, I think we have sewage and stormwater issues, so unless this has changed of recent. Our excess reserves for a growing city, how is it calculated that they should be reverted into housing? I don't understand that one. Open space policy, so to use or to say that the reserves are not used, is that, or have a lack of attention, is that by design to get to this point, is one of my thoughts. Basically, the impact of these changes will not achieve balance and harmony for our city, and I think they'd rather create more social, environmental and economic issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Jodie, if you'd like to. Thank you very much. Sorry?
So Jodie's submission is in your full submission pack. Sorry, Jodie has just let us know today that she wishes to be heard, so it isn't in your to be heard pack. So we'll just hear from Jodie directly.
Thank you.
If that's okay.
Great.
Certainly, that's quite all right.
A lot of what I'm saying is
just reiterating what Kirif has said, but what I would like to see with the amount of land that we do have available to put into housing, there's issues with developers. I think a few years ago we had a developer say, I bypass Rotorua because it's too difficult to deal with the council, and I don't think it's necessarily the issue is at our council, it's just he found that that was the issue, and he develops quite a lot of property. So I thought, how do we make it easier for our developers working with the council and with government agencies, all of us working in together to make properties easier to develop. One of the properties we have on Ngataha Road, for instance, there's 8,000, well, no, just over 5,000 square metres of flat land in residential zone available for somebody to develop, and every time that we've had it under contract, it's been an issue, not with our council, but with they struggle because they think we've got to deal with the NZTA because it comes off a main road, and because it looks too hard basket for a lot of property, they're just wanting to give it up altogether. And then we get to this stage where we're looking at parting ways with little parts of our reserves because apparently we don't have the land, but we have the land, it's just we're making it difficult for our developers to develop. So I would like that process to change, and I don't know how that could change, especially with us having to deal with government and stuff as well. Even if it was a tax break for them, or if it was a rates break, but something that's going to help people to be able to develop properties on sites to make it cheaper for investors to buy to rent out for housing issues, or new home people to get in, whether they're upsizing or downsizing. We have the land. There's no need for us to, I think personally, for us to touch our reserves. And yes, some of our reserves are run down, but and hardly anyone plays on them, but it's like the cycle lanes. People will moan about that too and say, well, nobody's using them, but when are you looking to see if somebody's using something? Or maybe in our future plan in the next 5-10 years, lots of people are going to use a cycleway, or lots of people are going to use reserves. Let's not just take them away, take some of it away. And if we take a little bit now, what does that mean? We'll take a bit more next time, and then a bit more again. I would rather see more development on land that is available to sell, and then maybe putting more money into getting our reserves up to scratch to look inviting for our families and their children and pets to play. Yeah, that was pretty much the main thing that I wanted to say. I'm not against more housing, but I'm against using that when we're going to intensify the city anyway. Where do the children play? And yeah, that's a big concern, and we need more green, not less.
Look, thank you both very much for coming in and presenting and speaking to your submissions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I'd just like to also make a point, because obviously the gifted lands has come up a couple of times in the submissions, which is clearly incorrect. None of the reserves that are currently up for discussion and consultation are part of a gifted land, so I just want to make that public.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's part of what we know is the misinformation that's, yes, it's out there. Thank you. And is Manu Rangihauia? Thank you, Manu. Haere mai? No mai? You're welcome. Kia ora, Manu. Kia ora koutou. You can sit in the middle there and
Tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā rā tātou I raro I te maru o tō tēnei tuanui o tēnei whare. O tātou, te kauni here a roto o te rohe o Rotorua, nui a kahumata momoe. Taino atu ki ngā hapori katoa e huri noa I a wairiki. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā rā tātou, I raro hoki e te maru o tō tātou rungarawa. E ona āhuatanga katoa. Reira, my name is Manu, rangi hewea, one of the many sons of Wānaru. I'm here to put a couple of sets with.
Yeah, e noho Manu, ai.
I just wanted to put a few cents with. I thought the reserves might have included the golf course, but that's separate, I heard. So we'll deal. I won't talk about the golf club being a golfer, but I've grown up in Rotorua in a happy life for nearly 60 years now, on and off. And my family has been very happy in Rotorua, good parents like many. And one of the burgeoning suburbs in the 1960s called Western Heights. And in those days, families knew each other. It's not transitory like today when people hardly know their neighbours. You could go around the various suburbs of Rotorua and everyone knew where each family and very well, and you were very safe. And it's sad that for socio-economic reasons, or some of the suburbs anyway, or euphemistically speaking, that we say socio-economic areas, lower socio-economic areas, we don't have the families that used to be in the suburbs that had lived there for many years. So the consequence, children don't play outside. They don't play with the neighbours as much. Parents are quite afraid to let their children roam. And for that reason, I thought about us growing up when we used to roam all over Rotorua, quite happily, town, home, walk, cousins here and there, quite safely. But it's changed a lot now, as you all know. The reserves, we didn't use them as much except for sporting reasons, like Park Road was a local rugby. Actually, it was the Western Heights Rugby Club initially. That was where Park Road was at. That building in the corner was the Western Heights Rugby Club in red. Then they amalgamated with Kahukura in the 70s, and that's where you get the red. And the Kahukura Club, that's Western Heights. I keep reminding some of our mates, that's Western Heights colours are red. So when they amalgamated, they moved down to Kahukura, and we used to use various reserves for sports. I say Glenholme Reserve was a adjunct of Rotorua City Soccer Club and used as an additional soccer ground, and the Medical Officers Reserve was the Rugby League Club, Trevor would know, Rugby League Centre. The various reserves were used as an additional fields for sporting clubs. The Te Arawa Park was the JAB. JAB was held also at Park Road, and various areas where it was convenient for the various clubs. But I understand why the council may look at maybe selling some of them for economic reasons, and maybe to house the housing. But you always need reserves. And back in maybe the 60s, we only had a population of around 30,000, 35,000. We actually had more than Tauranga at one time. We, you know, our Rotorua used to be at the front of the telephone book because we had more people. Now we're going slowly about the middle of the phone book. And now we have, I don't know, you know, 75, 80, but the number of reserves hasn't increased. So we may have to, you know, I do sympathise with the council in needing to save money and provide housing, but there may be areas just outside the fringes of the area where in the more rural areas where we can find areas to build new suburbs. I know the golf club at Lakeview, they want to build houses there, but they're limited by how many, given the rural aspect of the conditions of the council. They can't build too many. And hopefully they might change. But no, thank you for this short time, the council, and our mayor, that's about it. I really wanted to talk about the golf because I don't want to see a decrease in numbers of golf clubs because Tauranga has 9 within the area. Taupo has 9 and we only have 3.
Well, so I think we'll leave that for another day.
Yeah, we'll leave that for another time.
Thank you very much, Manu, for coming in. Kia ora.
Yeah, thank you. And Dad's well for all
Oh,
these,
that's good. That's good.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
His sister still lives in Western Lights. Inside the hospital.
Thank you. So would you like to come? Thank you. Good afternoon. And just come and take a seat up at the front table there, Marion. And if you press the little button there, the green lights would show up. And pull the microphone into you because we are being live streamed. Thank you. Thank you and welcome. And you do have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, if it's all right, I'm going to read because even though I'm a teacher, you still get nervous in these situations. I object to the council using any reserve areas for future or for current and future housing needs. And it is my opinion that council should be putting aside more land for reserves. As a teacher, I am very aware of how important it is for our children to be able to run and play for their physical and mental development. Many people consider that too much time on devices has negative consequences for our tamariki. At school, we encourage children to play in the playground. Parents should also be able to encourage their children to play in their local playground, near to where they live. If our park areas are used for other uses, like housing, we are not supporting our young children to be just that, young children. They are not able to fight for their playgrounds. So it is up to others, teachers, educationalists, to fight on their behalf. We need to give children the best resources that we can, so that their childhood is the best that we can give them. Toys and games are distractions. Fresh air, equipment, family time, playing time, and space are valuable beyond measure. Land has been put aside due to the foresight of previous councils. Did they have a crystal ball? How did they know that the population would continue to grow? How did they know that houses would become smaller and people would need open spaces to relax in? How did they know that land would become so expensive that houses would have little land around it for children to play outside and run around? How did they know that most schools would have to fence their previously open and accessible playing fields due to vandalism? How did they know that land would become so expensive that gaining future open spaces would become almost impossible to achieve? How did they know that petrol was going to become so expensive that going to the beach would be a luxury, but walking to the local reserve or park would be within the reach of all local citizens? How did they know that we would have a society riddled with mental health issues and that access to open spaces to reflect and relax would become increasingly important? How did they see the huge importance of open spaces for children and adults alike? Did they see how important the reserves were? Yes, they did. Imagine if we had to put that land into reserves now. We couldn't. So are we going to use that land for another purpose? We should not, because once the land is gone, we cannot afford to get it back. Do you remember 20 years ago when there were hundreds of camping grounds available for New Zealand citizens to choose from? Near lakes, by the sea. Where have all those open spaces gone? If anything, our local reserves and open spaces are more important than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Marion.
Okay, any questions or? This is the teacher in me. Any questions?
Spot on timing too, thank you. Thank you.
There is
We'll take a break. So, kia ora, Renee. Thank you for making the time available to talk to us this afternoon. And you do have 5 minutes to present. Kia ora. Welcome.
Oh, kia ora koutou. Thank you very much, Merepika. Kia ora koutou I ngā rangatira o te kaunihiri anai. Ko Renee kiri ona tuku ingoa. I'm true blue te arawa. Doesn't matter where you go around the lake. I whakapapa to all of it. I come with many hats today. Of course, as an uri of te arawa, of Ngāti Whakaue, Te Roro Tarangi and Ngāti Kōpako, where a lot of this proposal, these reserves are. Have I been to all of the reserves and picnicked there? No, but I can assure you that I do whakapapa. I've come to oppose, as it currently is, this proposal right now. I want to talk about 3 reasons why I'm opposed to it. I think we've jumped the gun. To my knowledge, we Ngāti Whakaue never ceded title to any reserve. And the discussion before any ideas are entertained about whether or not the reserve should be sold off, Ngāti Whakaue need to be given the time to kōrero with their whānau about whether or not that's the journey, that's the pathway they want to take. Whilst you may have engaged with various entities, our people as a tribe have not had the opportunity to kōrero about this. So I'm going to revert to my default position, which is if this whenua is a hoha to you, which is what the narrative almost seems like it to be, it's costing you too much, they're a bit of an eyesore, I would say that it's a hoha to you. Whakahoki a te whenua. Give it back to Ngāti Whakaue, give it back to Ngāti Kōpako as far as Land Road is concerned. Because they are the rightful owners of this whenua before this country got mad on land grabs. Before the Native Land Court came, all of our whenua was to be used for the benefit of our people. That's hapu and iwi. They are the rightful people to give this whenua back to. So either stop moaning about the liability that this whenua is to you, or give it back. And then our hapu and iwi can work with our communities who we live among to create a future for that whenua.
Thank you. Look, Renee, I don't know if you realise that the reserves that we're looking to revocate are not anything to do with the gifted reserves, which is where I think you're going. Thank you.
Yeah, there is some history with some of the reserves that I would also say are a little bit concerning in terms of how they came out of Māori ownership. So I still
kia ora. Thank you.
So before you sell anything in Rotorua that you own when it comes to land, you need to be getting hapu and iwi over the line, and I don't believe that you have. You may have one entity who has aspirations to become a chief, and rightfully so, who may be a bit warming to this idea, but in terms of the mana whenua petition that I organised, it's very telling. Our whānau individuals on the ground are not for this. Second reason I think we need to oppose this is because there are so many Māori lands trusts all around Rotorua, on the east side, on the west side, who are willing to give their land to be used for housing, public housing, affordable rentals. Okay? If you proceed with this plan, you will cut out mana whenua and the efforts they are putting into working with kāinga ora to achieve housing for people who belong here, but also others as well. We are having talks with kāinga ora, but we fear that if you hand something to them on a platter, we're going to be totally marginalised to mere bodyguards and property inspectors. I think we need to have more faith in hapu and iwi and mana whenua. When we build something, our maraes are a classic example. We build for sustainability, we build so that those things last. And I don't think we want a repeat of Fenton Street unleashing itself everywhere else around Te Aroha. And I think that for a lot of residents, hapu, iwi and mana whenua are their insurance. We don't want those communities ruined. We want everyone to be safe, including the homeless. So if you proceed down this track, you will cut us out. Kāinga ora will get what they want. They will continue with a flawed model, and where we actually need to be holding them to account to change their model, a model that allows them to partner and work with Māori more than as mere chips, might I say, or social service wraparound group. Thirdly, I'm looking at everything since I organised the 2018 hikoi in Rotorua to highlight homelessness. At that time, all we wanted was a shelter for rough sleepers. But it seems to me that the misery industry in Rotorua has gotten bigger and it's gotten worse. And at the moment, your proposal doesn't involve us. MSD and Kāinga Ora and government agencies have created this mess. We told them not to go down Fenton Street. They did. You need us at the table to protect this community. We are Rotorua's insurance policy because it's in our interest as mana whenua that everyone is okay. Everyone's looked after. Hau kāinga, Māori, Pākehā, and the future generations yet to come. And I don't see that in any of this proposal.
Thank you very much, Renee. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much for the points that you've raised. Kia ora. Yes.
Chair, Renee, can you hear me?
Kia ora matua.
Kia ora. I just want to pass on for not only from myself but others here our condolences for your mum who passed away just recently, in recent times, so all our love. Kia ora koe.
Kia ora.
Yeah.
Tēnā matua.
Thank you,
Kia
Renee.
kaha koutou.
Kia ora. Thank you, Renee. Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Councillor Maxwell, for mentioning that. It was remiss of me not to give condolences. Te whanaunga no Theo. Now, is that correct? Yep. So we've got a... So 3:35, we've got a break until 3:35. So...
I'm just going to step us through a procedural requirement that we need to do, and that's a resolution to extend our meeting duration time. So understanding Order 4.2, we cannot continue our meeting for more than 6 hours from the start, including our adjournments, unless we have a resolution to continue. So I'd like to call for a mover and a seconder that the committee resolves to extend the hearing by more than the 6 hours. So we've got the Mayor and seconded by Councillor Donaldson. I'll let the Chair put that one to the vote.
Yes, thank you. So all those, excuse me, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, thank you, carried.
Thank you.
So Stephen Gardner. Kia ora, Steve. Nice to see you. So welcome, Steve. You have 5 minutes. Yes. Yes, it would be good, thank you, if you could be seated, and you should just press the button and the green light will come on. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Yes.
That's great, thank you.
Great to see you all. Hey, I'm about as nervous as what I was when I stepped in the ring with Dave a number of years ago, so please forgive me. Great to see you, Dave and Stevie and Metapeka and all the others that I sort of know but don't know, but great to see you here. Hey, thank you for the privilege to be able to speak today. Short and sweet.
You're welcome to sit down, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I've done a lot of talking.
Oh, Steve, sorry.
Sorry?
Yes, no, you're welcome to sit down. Sorry.
Oh, okay. People do a lot of talking but don't do a lot of walking, as you probably know, so I broke it down into a few words that I'll share today that hopefully only take a couple of minutes. I was around at my granddaughter's place a couple of weeks back. It had been raining for days. The sun had just come out and the weather started to clear when I heard my 4-year-old grandson say to his cousin, his 3-year-old cousin, "Come on, let's go out, let's go over to the park and play." Being an outdoor person myself, those words were like music to my ears, as these little ones had been stuck inside for many days. The park was about 75 metres away from their home, and they went there by themselves to play and mix with other little kids. My concern is if we sell off our reserves to build emergency housing, or any kind of housing, we will take away the recreational freedom of our little ones, the next generation, our tamariki. I understand that we do have a housing shortage, but before we even consider selling off our recreational reserves to build more houses, we need to research every other possible option. I was at Fletcher Tabito's mayoral campaign a few weeks back, and an iwi leader spoke up about the abundance of Māori land that they have around the Nongataha area that would be suitable for a new housing development. By the way, he did get a great applause after he had spoken too. I'm sure that there is a lot more Māori land that could be freed up if we do the research. Let us fast forward our thoughts to see what Rotorua might look like in the next 20 years. With the current population growth in Rotorua, we would possibly be looking at perhaps 100,000 population by 2040. We not only need to plan for safe housing for the next generation, we need to provide plenty of safe and easily accessible recreational areas for the kids to grow up with and play in. I'm 100% against selling off any reserves for housing development. That's my views. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillors, I've asked, I have to leave at 4 o'clock, and I've asked Councillor Kaifong if she could chair for the last however long. Thank you. Oh, she's there. Yeah. Kia ora, and so we have Veena Kamita. Take your time, Veena, no problem. Welcome, Vina, and you've got 5 minutes to talk to us. Thank you.
I gather the ladies, she's pushed the button for me.
Yes, kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, kia ora councillors. Kia ora to the listeners. And obviously everyone that's involved in whatever this has been looking like, pros and cons. My name is Veena Kamita. I have 3 sons, married. We own our family home in Mangakaki, Western Heights. To many of us, it used to be named Kaitao Roto Hokuhoka. I'm a descendant of Iriwira Pukaiho Rogers, who was born 1841 in Ohanematu. Our koro was one of 225 Ngāti Whakaue Koromatua alive, who signed the Māori Land Court and is on the record of original owners in Pukiroa Urua Whata. Our koromatua, he was prepared. He took the leadership and signed this document to give our generation the opportunity to be recognised that defines our connection to Rotorua and Ngāti Whakaue. It also allows me to be here to speak as one of the 23 generations to Rotorua and Ngāti Whakaue. It also allows me to speak here in Aotearoa, as I cannot speak anywhere else in the world. So being able to speak here today to our Rotorua councillors is important. Being raised and educated in Fordlands and Western Heights, where it is labelled that 50% of the reserves to sell, I know these communities too well. I know what occurs in these communities. I've spent 36 years learning what can I do for my community. So I've stepped up, hopped on school board of trustees, hopped on sports boards, went out and did the planting, the orchards, went and painted those murals, went and fixed the toilets and upgrades on Turner's Drive and Park Road, when no one else would. 2 decades worth. I then became skilled enough to sit on other committees and boards, to be the voice where my own eyes were seeing change from a young person. Growing up was going to need a lot of skill. Our grandparents left us a huge world to survive in. They're not alive today, for myself and my whānau behind me that are here alive today. I would listen to the statistical reports or proposals about how our 2 communities alone we were raised in are always being labelled. Low socio, low economic, low education, low employment, transient, high deprivation words. It's in the MOE documents, MSD, MOJ, government, SIPs, now Oranga Tamariki documents, when this isn't how all of us were raised.
Kia ora.
I would find myself tending to disagree whenever I would go to meetings and forums. I own my own home.
Kia ora.
I had a successful education. I had a good employment, so do my children. They're active, passionate and caring of their community. And I had a mother who was a widow. And I do not believe that we need to be given handouts and Housing New Zealand homes or kāinga ora homes or a home to rent. My mother taught me very well to live with my own means. Statistics continue to hold our community to account. When the council and government have the funds and the people who have fallen in the gaps have sunken even further, the solution and outcomes to sell the 10 reserves to government, kāinga ora, or developers is dense. It's very selfish, it's greedy, this is my words, alarming. It is not a collective decision that involved iwi or the residents, which is paramount. Nor is it a strength-based decision. It's a financial decision based on a crisis, and that's not good enough. Housing is short due to businesses buying in our suburbs. B&Bs, dial-in tenants. We're forcing people to rent instead of home ownership or investing in adequate needs for each person or their future. I would like to acknowledge my time in the youth sector, where this gave me the foundation to become a youth worker and see a whole new relative to a lot of my time on the parks and reserves over 2 decades. A lot of us helped to run a series of tag events, creative events, concerts, youth voice forums, host series of activities in our communities, parks, reserves, which went on to learning how to apply for funding, gain MSD, MYD contracts, which is why we are still working in our communities that are labelled where these reserves are being sold. Fortunately, we were able to use all this good learning from a great man, Laurie Durand, who gave us some foundation, strength base. And then on, we're learning more and more how to be the voice for people at Rotorua. We are the generation now. We're coming up. So fortunately, we need to use these sources of and support more about our community developments, people's needs, identify the gaps, socio-trends with strength-based outcomes in the form of activities and events, sustainable projects, local solutions. As a resident who volunteered thousands of hours on the reserves for 2 to 3 decades, our families need to be involved in the decision making. We have created the orchards, we have cleaned the creeks too. We want more activities for our young people and our communities. We want the orchards, we want the picnic areas on our reserves. We don't need housing. I'm not a believer. If you come to me, I would extend my house to allow my children not to be renters, or my brothers and sisters and their children's. I oppose renting and building housing developments for more rentals. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Vina. It's so nice to, and refreshing, I might say, to hear your submission. Kia ora. Thank you very much. So we now have Terry Gunn speaking for Yvonne Gunn. Have I got that correct? That's right. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Gunn. If you come up to the front.
Yeah, I'm Terry Gunn. The wife's got the flu or something. She hasn't got COVID. We treated ourselves this morning. I'm sort of a bit surprised as to how the council feels they've got the right to take the sort of actions that they're taking. I always was taught when I was at school that if you were on a committee and the committee had a 5-all or a 6-all vote, that the person who held the casting vote always maintained the status quo, the actual words that they were explained to me. And I can't believe that the people of Rotorua haven't had a say in this at all. As in the last elections, there was no mention ever of closing reserves, and there was no mention at that stage of COVID either. But whoever thought it was a good idea to turn the Golden Mile into a semi-slum?
Yes, thank you. We won't refer to the people who live there and the conditions as slums. Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Gunn.
no, living in a motel unit, I did it quite a bit when I was working and I was away from home. And they are horrible places to be in. And having children there is absolutely bloody ridiculous. I was driving down Malfoy Road the other day, or up Malfoy Road, I'm not sure which way. I was going west. And I came across the intersection of Ranulph Street and Malfoy Road. And I looked at it and I thought, this is the first time I've ever seen so many houses on one section. And I can't believe that that's been allowed for any reason other than a retirement home or something. Are they looking after their... Is the council actually following their own rules on spacing and what have you? I'd be very surprised if they are. Sticking that in the middle of an established neighbourhood, I'm now in a retirement home in Linmore Rise, and 3 of the people there lived in that neighbourhood. I lived not very far away from it in James Street, and they all got out, and they do know several of their neighbours who didn't get out quick enough before the prices started disappearing for selling property. And they're very sad they're still there because they don't know what it's going to be like. Selling reserves. What are the kids going to do? You know, where do they go to kick a soccer ball around or whatever? They're not allowed on the school property nowadays after hours. So why would you take that away from the children? The fact is that someone in the paper said that you needed 3-point-something hectares of land, or the government wanted you to find 3-point-something hectares of land to build so many houses. And I understand that you will actually own 4-point-something hectares towards the top of Malfoy Road. You already own that land. So this worries me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've just had a bit of a change of chair here, but I understand that we've got our next submitter here, Anira. If you're here, if you'd like to come forward.
Can I just double check? Does the bell go off 1 minute before?
You get a bell at 4 minutes, and you'll get a double bell at 5 minutes, so you need to stop on that. Thank you.
Ready? I'm Anira Meyer. I feel this is a very serious decision. It is a one-way. There is never a return or can be undone. The current situation in Rotorua is that although it's called a provincial city, it has got a town feel, and that was people's choice. When people move into Rotorua, they choose the area very carefully. Every area has got its own culture, views, type of houses, size of sections. And so the houses are also very carefully chosen. People don't do it online. They actually go and drive around. They look at the parks, the views. And they bought these houses at great cost. The reserves are open spaces. It is community togetherness. Of course, it's safety for children, keeping them off the roads. And especially smaller sections, that is the most common thing. It does give them space outside. We saw with the recent COVID that the open spaces were wonderfully used for people who were otherwise all into their houses together, but also provided safe distancing. Apart from exercise, that I see that you say we can go with less, it's also got the silent ways, the visual appeal, the soothing eye, the automatic noise control with only the birds and the water. But there are many studies, and quite a lot of studies coming in from overseas to show that it's not just an emotional thing, but actually studies showing that it is good for well-being, for the heart, for the lungs, and Danish studies, European studies, even our own Canterbury University have done studies that shows that there's a 55% reduction in mental health if you live close to a park and open spaces and reserves, and also that obesity and overweight is significantly less for people who live close to open spaces. Now I wonder about the gains. 1,500 houses that I see on this paper, then I see in the newspaper of last week 3,080, more than double. I would really like to see where all this is going, because if I look at the trends of how many people are living in Rotorua over the years, it hasn't dramatically go up. And then also the selling of the land is going to bring more money in, or that's what it says, but I really think that the risk outweighs the benefit. In addition to above, I personally feel that these plans on the paper that I received is flawed. It talks about people who are housing is unaffordable. So just by giving land, it's not going to suddenly make it affordable. I would like to know, why has the whole of New Zealand got a slow growth? Up to now, Rotorua's had a slow growth, and then suddenly we need over 3,000 houses. And it says it's growing. I would like to see where those people are going to be employed, because the current people here are business owners, employees, employers. Then it talks about high rate of unemployment. So how are those people going to find it? And I would really like to know about safety and about mental health. So I think as an alternative, we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to see who are the people needing the housing. Are they really going to be economically beneficial for Rotorua? Because that's what is very important for the city, also for the income for the council. Also the farmland around it, especially with the money that is potentially coming into Rotorua promised by central government. And I think we have to be honest. Why do we want to do this? Really? Are we all going to stand up with pride, and especially the council, in future years and put up their hands and say, well, we were the people making this decision that has potentially got, I almost want to use the word fiasco, but it could very, very detrimental in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anira, for your submission today and taking the time to come in. We have the Rotorua Cycle Action Group. So we have Rob Griffin. Rob, could you just introduce who's along there with you?
So I'm David Crawley, and this is Rob. We are not the total Cycle Action Group. We are a couple of representatives. Happy to be here today talking to you. Thanks for taking the time to see us. We're submitting on behalf of the Rotorua Cycle Action Group. So we're limiting our comments, I guess, to the impact on the cycling infrastructure. You know, different people in the group have different feelings about the reserves, but our submissions today relates to the importance for the cycling and for the growth of Rotorua in that area. Rob's prepared a really nice report, which I hope you've got a copy of. You can refer to that to a bit more detail. Rotorua Cycle Action, we've submitted to you previously on all sorts of areas. We like to think we've worked really well with the council. You've got a really good sustainable transport team who are very capable, and are pleased to work with them and have been pleased with the council's approach to the long-term plan and a lot of the plans that are aligned with our thoughts and where Rotorua should go. The Thriving Community Strategy, the Climate Change Action Plan have all got aspects of active transport that are consistent with us. Although we're the Cycling Action Group, we advocate, I guess, for all sorts of active transport, not just cycling, and see a lot of benefit to the people of Rotorua and the health, the wellness of that. But for that to work in Rotorua, you really do need a good cycling network. You know, in Rotorua, anyone can drive pretty much anywhere they want to in a car. They can park outside. When they're finished, they can get back in their car and drive home. If you want people to get onto bikes, which I think we're all agreed, we all want that, and other active transport, it has to be attractive. They're not going to get out of their cars unless it's attractive. To be attractive, the routes have to be direct. They have to be, separated from cars, and they have to be enjoyable, which a lot of our cycling routes are. But a lot of those enjoyable cycling routes go through reserves. So the reserves, it brings us back to our submission on this. The reserves are a key part of Rotorua being able to meet its objectives and a lot of its other long-term plans. So we see this plan as actually, in its current form, working against a lot of the long-term plans that we support. So we really just wanted to point that out and say that in its current form, we can't support it from a cycling advocacy point of view. So I'm going to hand over to Rob now. He's going to tell you a little bit more about his approach and a bit more detail about why we object to the plan.
Morning, afternoon. Good to be back here, team. Hey, all we did as Rotorua Cycle Action, we took a look at some data that's freely available via Strava, which shows how people already actively use some of our reserves via running and walking. And a number of those reserves provide key connections through a number of our communities. I guess the proposal that's on the table at the moment regarding the sale of those reserves does not include maintaining those connections, and that will be something that we would encourage council to look at in terms of changing in the proposal. The proposal also doesn't show how it's going to deliver on a couple of key strategies of council, one being the Homes and Thriving Community Strategy and the other one being the Climate Change Action Plan, that both have deliverables in there with regards to developing and enhancing existing and developing future active modes transportation connections, and also then developing those within future developments. So I guess we think as Rotorua Cycle Action, there's a really good opportunity if council was going to make some of those changes to make developments in the future that are exemplar examples that show really quality active modes, not only within the developments, but to those external communities. And that's some of the actions that are already in the Homes and Thriving Community Strategy and the Climate Change Action Plan. So really encourage council to think carefully about how that could be done as an exemplar example. Back over to you.
That's us. Thanks very much again for hearing us. I know you've got a lot of time spent on these things. We've also put a bit of time into it, and good luck. Kia ora.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you both for coming along.